Hello. Control S. Enough, Nico. Hello. Control S. Oh. Enough, Nico. I don't need you. You're welcome. Yes. You might be wondering, what are we going to do today? And that is a great question that I am not. I know, I accidentally had my thing on in the background. I have closed that window. I apologize. Oh, okay. I maybe spent longer than I should have on I basically just got like really invested in goodness friend. Lucha has a question for me. Okay, Lucha, what is your question? My comment was just going to be that I wanted to make my thing red because I liked how it looked when I did the birthday stream for my friend for Shavad, but then I spent too long on it and I don't even know if I like it, so good start. If a werewolf eats a human, is it cannibalism? I think that depends on if they remember when they switch back and feel like guilt for it. Not that feeling guilty is necessarily a criteria for whether something counts as cannibalism, but it's not here. Okay, well there you go. That is what I think. Just because I think that somebody, not saying it's like a good thing to do it or like an excuse if you do it when you're in werewolf form, but I feel like going by lore, it is much more like instinct slash like animalistic thing rather than like calculated of like I'm gonna eat a person. I'm the everything cannibalism expert. I have no idea how dark this is gonna be, so let's see. I just enjoy that joke. Also, this is quite a frosty Libby. I don't know. I'm just feeling very like, I know I switched it. I thought I wanted to, and now I don't know. I could like switch it back, but I'll see how. Yeah, as I said, I don't know why I'm feeling like a little grumpy bumpy, but only that I am. Yeah, as I said, I had the thought of like, I just liked how the kind of like dark red looked when I did it for Shavad's stream the other day. I was like, I'm gonna do that, and then I got into also moving my little like webcam thing around and all that shit, so now here we are. Also, I put on, I'm wearing a kind of like spooky dress that now I don't know if it is like, was the one, because I'm like, it has like a little spider on it. Because like, I feel like I just like, I have this dress and I just like never wear it. But also, it has been annoying me with like the color balance, or the light and dark balance. So, also hello Fern. Fern is very uncertain if she wants to be up or down right now. But yes, so I think today we're gonna kind of be doing some catching up on work things, that is. Yes. I don't know. As I said, this is like a dress that I feel like I'll put on and then I'll just like, I'll always like put on something else before I actually like go somewhere, so. Today, it made it to start time, so it's very exciting for it. Just like my hair's disappearing into it. It's fine, it's fine, it's good. You agree? It's fine. I also was playing around with like a more portrait style, like a little webcam thing, so that it would like take up less of the like active like canvas screens. And let's just say I ended up like taping my webcam because it's like a pretty old webcam. It's not like the most cutting edge new one. I don't have a oh my god, what's the name? To stand a tripod. I don't have a thing to like put it on. Yes, hello. So that I can like actually angle it in different directions. I have kind of thought about using my phone as my camera, and I'm just not quite sure how that would work. But yes. Also, this playlist is not doing it for me. Let's go back. Well, I know that like Fyra gave me Fyra gave me one. Okay. Are we playing? Okay. See how this one is. That was just like, oh, I didn't see Amanda. Amanda's looking cute every day. Hey, boy. Whoa, down she goes. Oi. I bet you are, Nico. I cannot visually confirm, but I believe that that would probably be likely. Also, I feel that, Corey. I definitely have like a bad habit of, excuse me, that I'll like wake up in the morning and take my like Concerta or whatever. Okay, can you still hear the music a little bit? It was just like really loud for me. Take my Concerta and then I'll like kind of go back to sleep for a bit longer, and sometimes a bit longer is like half an hour, and sometimes it's like a couple hours, so not ideal. I don't know, I just feel like, I don't know if because I'm like using them a lot, that the lights in my room feel like they're also getting less bright. I know, I'm sorry. I did take my ADHD meds this morning, I promise. There we go. Hello, Big Smith. There we go. Get a little bit of extra light. Is that hopefully not too strobey? Yes. You missed the introduction of my dress that has me feeling like that one meme that's like the bee, and they get dressed up and like whatever, and then they go out and they're like, I am a beacon of sin. That's me. Not because I think the dress is that scandalous, just because I'm always like, I don't know if this is a thing. But yes, hello, welcome to Friday. So as you can see, I made some more progress on this thing for that commission that I started the other day. I feel like I have like a few things that I could be working on. Like I also should do more of that like environment stuff that I have for like a job. Forgot to take your meds, but it's all good. Well, that sounds not ideal, but I'm not your mom, so need a meds tracker. Pretty much. Because I feel like I'm so like, that girl's pretty. I assume you mean the girl I'm trying. And yes, she is pretty. And I assume you say that, Nico, because I do not really do progress between streams, and I wish I could say that you're incorrect. And yeah, I've heard of Finch. I have a few friends who use it, and I'm just kind of hesitant to get more like game app kind of things for like focus and stuff like that. just because I can definitely get hyper-focused, which I know is probably shocking. No, it's okay. Yeah, I don't know. I find that I'm just very eepy a lot. And I think, I don't know if it's just kind of like time of year or what, but another one to take care of your plants. That's cute. My plants should probably be removed from my care by plant services. It's true, I don't exist outside of this room. Yes, as I think I have said before, if I was to, I feel like the next thing I should like worry about getting, just as far as like stream setup, is like a better, more specific light. Damn, that was loud. Was it loud? Urgent news. What is it? Hopefully it is something cool and not depressing. Thank you. Almost as pretty as the girl I'm drawing. Admittedly, my friend is much better at makeup than I am, so... Wait, what's the snow? Where was it? Just wanted to swap it so my... That is valid. Oh my god, I literally just switched this. I feel that. Okay. When I'm switching between my like two monitors, I'm just swapping so that the chat log is actually over on the side where I can see it. Thank you. Something else I feel like I could work on, even though it is not specifically helpful to like getting work stuff done right now. And also this is a reminder because my friend has quite a few like arm tattoos, and I was like, I'm gonna do it at color stage, so I'm hoping that this will make it so I don't forget. I was gonna say, I know somebody was asking me about if and or when I was gonna keep working on my ramen girl, and it's a valid question. I suppose I could do a little bit more with that. Thank you. So this is also not doing it for me. I'm just in like a mood today. I know that this one is generally okay, so. This kitty's name was Zaphoid, like the character from Hitchhiker's Guide. And this is actually like a memorial or memoriam one. Yes, Zaphoid Beeblebrox. That he had actually kind of recently passed away, which is partially why I wanted to offer to do this for my buddy. Yeah. Hey, Billjack. I guess I could put the kitty reference back on the screen so y'all can see that. You did. What did you put on the final page? I am only friends with the hottest of people. Oh, sorry. I was running behind with getting my stuff ready for stream, and admittedly was not very paying attention to the group chat, so I apologize. Oh wait, didn't I like it? I liked your drawing. Okay, never mind. I'm just, it's good. Brain is good. Because I'm only friends with hot people. I'm sorry, bro, my brain. It's cool. Is it cool? Doesn't sound like it's cool. Sounds like you might have some feelings about it. It's true. Nah, I was too busy making extra work for myself that I don't even think was worth it, so. It is true. I mean, I do legally have to wear my glasses if I am to operate a motor vehicle, so. No. Your mom can just drive like new place, new rules. effects are driving. Yeah, no. I mean, as you guys like to ask me on here of like how myopic I am is like very. Like I pretty much can't see the screen if I'm not wearing my glasses, so it's cool. I wish you didn't need glasses. In one eye. That is an interesting conundrum to have there, Nico. Yeah, I don't know. I like having glasses. I know some of my friends have kind of talked about thinking about getting like laser eye, and I won't say that like I would never do it, but I do not see myself doing it at any point in the super near future, so. You need cooler glasses? I'm pretty good at helping pick out glasses, allegedly, according to Fyra. Some Morpheus glasses. I mean, I guess you could get like prescription sunglasses. Is Fyra here? Also, no, he's not. He's just sick as a dog right now. Be my assumption. But he did not say hi. They're too bad for LASIK. That's interesting. Like, they're just like, nah, man, nothing we can do. That's not the best thing to hear from someone. They're like, just throw out the whole eyeballs. Frickin' get this guy in for the Minority Report treatment. That, I don't know how many of you have watched that movie at this point. I feel like y'all are old enough to have watched it, but if not. I was just saying Minority Report, yeah. It's, I know that it existed before, about Granny. That's just me. But I only watched the Tom Cruise one, but I was like, probably around the age when I was in my like Fifth Element era and stuff like that. I was also quite into Minority Report. I guess just like the kind of like the like clairvoyant parts of it and stuff. Go for it. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely not like a perfect movie. It was just one that I enjoyed when I was younger. But there's a scene that is quite upsetting where Tom Cruise's character, he has to get his eyeballs replaced because they use like ocular things to track people in the world that he is in. Well, like the future world that he's in. But it's sad because, as I said, I just remember being really like distraught with this scene because, you know, not really the actual eyeball surgery. It's like that was like apparently didn't bother me too much. But the part afterwards where it's like he wasn't supposed to take his bandages off for X amount of time, and he's like rummaging around in the fridge, and this guy that did his surgery has only left like the nastiest of like food and stuff like that, so he's like trying to just like get something to eat and drink, and he's like, oh, he just keeps eating the gross stuff, and I'm like, it's rough. Can't he just have succulent Chinese dinner? The John Williams scar kind of ruined it. Interesting. Minority Report? Or the future crime? Tusk? No. I've actually never watched Tusk. I know what it is and I know what happens in it and everything like that. To the point that I'm like, I don't know if I want to watch it. It's okay. I can appreciate why it is distressing. And I will also say that I'm not really a Tom Cruise fan. But Minority Report and Interview with a Vampire, I was like, this passes. This is allowed. You hated Tusk. Yeah. Just like conceptually or like execution, I guess. Oh, Greg Minnick. I have another Tusk remark once you answer this question, Dennis, just so I don't talk over you. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I feel like it's kind of in a similar ballpark to like Human Centipede-ish, although obviously your mileage may vary in just that it is like a body horror kind of torture, like grotesque experimentation on somebody against their will / consent, obviously, and like just what's the point of it, you know, just because the bad guy can. But yeah, no, for those of you who are not familiar with the movie Tusk, it is a movie starring Jason Long, directed by Kevin Smith, and Justin Long gets kidnapped by the bad guy in it, and the bad guy is basically like an artist / mad scientist, and he wants to make a human walrus. He wants to make a walrus man, and so he turns Justin Long into a walrus man. Yeah, I feel like anytime Justin Long is in something, you're just like, aw, he's gonna have a bad time. I feel like he never has like a happy ending in horror movies. I liked him in Barbarian. Clips of that? Of Tusk, you mean, or it looks shit? Yeah, I feel like Tusk is a movie that I think really rides on the concept of it and how interested you are in that / yeah. Because as I said, I have also not actually watched like Human Centipede, even though I am very aware of what it is about and what happens in it. It's just kind of like one where I'm like, not for me. But I guess I can appreciate that it is doing a thing, and I suppose it does it effectively. Oh, what? Right. My comment that was sort of related to Tusk, that I was waiting until Dennis had given his thing he wanted to say. I don't know how many of you guys watched the newest VHS movie, the VHS Beyond, just because one of the shorts in it is very like, we have Tusk at home, and I feel like I was like on board with the conceit of it, but I was like, yes, where are we going with this? And then when it was like, oh, this is kind of like Tusk but with dogs instead. Okay. I don't know, maybe that is not the right opinion on it, but it was just one of those things where I was like, I couldn't think of anything else because I was just like, this is so like this other movie that already exists and is pretty like well known. Never seen a VHS movie. Comments will be the Human Centipede. VHS is a horror anthology series that I talk about quite often on here, admittedly. That I definitely felt like Beyond was more of a mixed bag. Because I went back and I rewatched it. Yeah, I mean, people did, but apparently you weren't actually supposed to do that because it would get like water molecules in on the hardware, which it was not made to be able to handle. Um, right. Oh my god. It's just like, Jen, are you sure you've ever actually seen a VHS? Because pretty sure you don't do that. And yes. I was focusing on the cartridge part. No, but you'd sometimes have to take a pencil and wind it back. Same with like tape cassettes. Oh, yeah. And what the hell did you say? Me? I said nothing. You also remember Betamax? That is a little bit before my time. VCR/VHS was like the first like movie media kind of thing that I was conscious for. You need a pencil? Well, you could do it with like a tape cassette. Like a music tape. Yeah. Or finger. Yes. Some sort of pencil shaped thing. Floppy disks? I remember floppy disks. I remember when the save icon was a real thing. I don't remember what they were called, but I remember when I was in grade 9, like digital media class or whatever, it was like, I don't think it was like older than like floppy disk, but it was like a very like specific kind that needed like its own specific reader. So I don't know why we had to use those in class instead of like just USB sticks or something, but and no, it's not floppy. Hello, Jugga. Here to explain with. I assume that. I don't actually know like if this is the case, but I feel like floppy disks were called that because it's like software versus like hardware. I don't know though. I just remember that they had a little like slider on them that when you put it in the computer it would like read the data through there, but you could take it and go ding. We're also floppy physically. I guess. Not if you weren't using them aggressively. That is understandable. You know that we shall be here for X amount of time, so have a good night. If you are gone and do not come back, but if you do come back, then yes. I feel because people are like, oh god. I'd be careful. People might use sleep hypnosis. Need audio to sleep. I mean, USB and floppy disks kind of do the same thing, just in different quantities of how much it can store. Oh, hello. I don't want to see your butt. Yeah, I mean, a floppy disk was like, do you need a USB to run a computer? It's more like you would save files and stuff on it so you could like transport it places to and from different computers. Yeah, okay, I feel like that's kind of different. Or maybe not. I was but a wee little guy. This is Rosie. Yeah, I was going through some of my just like boxes of stuff that I have in moving out of the house that I was living in for a while, and definitely just finding like I made my ex a whole bunch of like burned mixed CDs in the first like few years that we were like seeing each other, that I was like, oh, I kind of miss doing that. What? Oh my goodness. I'll still make people like playlists on Spotify, but I feel like it's not quite the same. You actually did that? We did. Because again, I mean, I guess when I was like making the CDs like as like a love language thing. Oh boy. Somebody with better technology brain explain this. Hi. Is it called burning because it's like the laser was burning it? I don't know. I also kind of take for granted that like since we have been like streaming media, whether it's like movies or music or whatever, it's just like I feel like for people like my age and a bit older, is just kind of like the amount of like different kinds of like way we had to consume media over the years was pretty interesting, because like I said, I went from like watching things on like VHS, listening to music on like tape cassettes and stuff, and then like DVD, CDs, and then getting into streaming where there's just like yeah, but you'd get like they were one-time use, but you'd get these like stacks of like CDs from the shop that would be like quite cheap, so it wasn't too risky of business. Oh yeah. I'm like millennial. Yes. ER. We are kind of leaning towards elder millennials because I'm like a 90 baby, 1990, but I think I'm pretty like in that range. So, but yes, millennials in general have gone through quite like a technological sort of like whirlwind over the years. It's true. carry knowledge of what it was like before the internet lived in your pocket and everywhere. Yeah, I would say that. Also, it's only old if you feel old. Big Smith. Yeah, that is. I agree with that. Tape cassettes were not the ideal way to listen to music. We did. I feel like we've talked about this before, but yes, all the time. You're Canadian? Yeah. Well, it's kind of a big deal. You didn't really have a choice of whether you wanted to know about it or not. So. It was. Like I said, it was a rather a large deal and kind of changed everything. You feel a present. Rich baby daddy has joined us. Why did we care? Hold on. Why did we care how... Sorry. Also, I should move the alert box. I mean, we talk about... we talk about, like, pre and post 9/11 as, like, on a global scale. That I think is maybe a little bit hard to appreciate if you don't have, like, a before kind of thing, because, like, not that things were amazing before 9/11, but, like, just the change of, like, American, like, military reach in the Middle East and stuff like that was kind of a big deal. And just, like, the Bush administration, with the 2 terms and stuff, did affect stuff outside of the States, so yeah. Yeah, well, in a weird way, I guess, I feel like another kind of thing now for younger people is, like, people who existed before, like, the really widespread proliferation of social media and, like, just existing online and not having really offline time, and, like, also, like, AI and just all, like, that fucking shit, and that's sucky to be living in, like, I did not have a PSP. They were, like, decently expensive. Also, it just makes me think of, like, calling a cat. Also, I will die on the hill of being like, that's not the sound that you make to call a cat if you actually want it to listen to you. Rosie. Suppose I could. What is going on? Flow? I don't know if I've heard of that. So hold on, where is the alert box? Yeah, I mean, the concept of like AI is not new, but just the reality of how they're being implemented and, like, how we do not have, like, the option to opt out of these things, and, like, also just to think of, like, this is not really like, you know, breaking news or anything, but just continuing with the thing of like, we really do live in like the most like shit ass, dumbass, like dystopian timeline. It's just like all of the bad stuff that like gets predicted by like, or like talked about by like sci-fi like stuff is like it's happening, but in like the dumbest way possible. Yeah, didn't even get flying cars. Bro, we have not proven that we can be trusted with flying cars. Yeah. Oh, I know. I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Sorry. Oh my god. They would like that, wouldn't they? Yeah, I just think about there's like a little like comic strip of like that's supposed to be whatever protag character is being shown by death. It's like, this is what the future is going to be like if you don't change your ways. And then he's like, wait, this is like X amount of years in the future. He's like, wait, we still have snow? And then, because death is just like showing him his tombstone or whatever, and he's like, oh my god, we can still breathe out here. Like, we stopped global warming. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's real. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Well, and that's kind of the thing, right? Of like, also just the thing of like, considering that we live in a society, capital AS, where like tech especially is made to go out of date / need replacing. I don't feel like I want to be in a flying car. It's my 2 cents. Yes, that was my kind of like larger thing of being like, I don't know that we have proof that we can be trusted with flying cars as a population. Also, this is like, this is a different, I would say, but the yeah, well, and honestly, it's like the like dumbass tech bros who are like innovating shit is just like they just keep like reinventing like public transit and stuff like that they're like, well, what if there was like a tunnel that was dedicated for like these cars and blah blah blah, and it's like, this is gonna blow your mind, but have you ever heard of a train? And then obviously the rich person's like, oh. But just thinking about like, I was only self-driving. Yeah. Trains are the way to go. Trains are the best. And also, a lot of North America had like pretty like good railroad like connections for a long time, because that was how large scale like trade and stuff like that was happening, and for like building out west when it was happening, that then got like removed as people started to like settle in cities and like city adjacent locations. It's big train over here. Yeah, there's to be fair, train autism kind of runs in my family, so all of my siblings, I feel like, have some form or variation of train autism. That is to say that it is like a hyperfocus. Yeah, well, and I mean, part of it is absolutely the auto industry and like petroleum and stuff like that. As cliche as it sounds to be, like, it's like big auto and big gas and blah blah blah. It is like actually a thing that, you know, going back to capitalism, that is a large reason why there has not been more funding and development into just sort of like public transit infrastructure on a large scale. Being an asshole runs my family. You can be more than one thing. I feel like Fyro was maybe not actively paying attention / in the thing. As I said, he is still sick as a dog, so. Oh, you're running a meeting. Okay. Yeah. Fyro's been friggin' patient 0 in our friend group, so. Business Fyro. Yeah, I know when I use Vicks, it's like you put it on like kind of like your chest / like collarbone area, and I'm not gonna lie, I fucking hate being sticky, so I usually will not actually put it on my skin. I'll just smell it in the little thingy. Sweat it out. Unless it is something more serious, in which case you might need antibiotics, but yeah, a few years ago, my ex and I thought both were like very, very sick one winter, and we thought that it was just kind of like flu / like cold kind of thing. And so we were like suffering for literally like probably like a week and a half, almost 2 weeks, taking just like cold meds and stuff. And finally we ended up going to like a Emerge / the doctor, and it turned out that we had strep throat. So we really should have gone and talked to someone sooner, because that was not fun. And they're big on the sniffers, yeah. Yes. Just on the topic of the like sniffer things in Thailand, my boyfriend, when he went to his last like music festival or whatever, he was very keen to show me this thing that he got that was like basically like a menthol like sniffer, I guess. It looked like a thing of chapstick, but like okay. Yeah, it was like, it looked like a tube of like menthol chapstick, but you like put up your nose, like actual up your nose. And he was like, you want to try it? I'm like, has it been up your boogers? I'm like, nar. I love you, but that might be too much sharing. Oh yes, I did see a news thing about that. So something not like garbage fire in the world. It's nice. I wanted to study to be a surgeon. I'm sure Your parents would have been very proud. That's the main thing I think about when, like, oh my god. Not quite the same thing, but I don't know if you've ever played the, like, I think it's like a Capcom series, but it's like something like Trauma Surgeon. Oh my god. I'm trying to remember what console I even played it on. Jugga, I feel like you might know which game I'm talking about. Gonna be a zoologist, you mentioned that, yeah? To be a sturgeon. Ha ha. Gonna be in fucking subspace. Yeah, that's what I'd be working on. I figured that this might be entertaining for y'all to watch, even though I am going to definitely not be showing the reference pictures that I have of the tattoos, because they are a little bit private. But I feel like I both like drawing like tattoos and commissions and stuff like that, but also sometimes I don't, because I feel like I want to make them like very specific looking. If the person has like a specific tattoo design, I'll shut up when I'm dead. Also, I don't think that Jugga heard my game question. I could probably look it up. Big Smith needs the 16th biggest corner. Okay, so it looks like it was called Trauma Center. I don't know if you've heard of that game, Corey, but also just in general. I just remember that being a really fun game to play multiplayer. And I think I had this one because it would have been on the Wii. Oh my god, so tight. Yes. You got to be a hot anime surgeon. This was just like a fun surgery game that was also had like multiplayer mode that was pretty fun. I just remember me and I remember playing it with Amanda actually. I just remember being like one of the game mechanics in it is like when the stats are like, thank you, Dennis. You have the Wii. Yeah. Yeah, Jugga, I asked you what it was. I had to go look it up. Yeah, me and Amanda actually, I remember playing it, and one of the mechanics was like, if... Where'd I put my sweater? How dare you? You had to basically give the patient like adrenaline shots so that their stats would like stabilize or whatever. And I just remember Amanda like being the character that was like constantly giving the patient adrenaline, and I'm like, I don't think like this would work in real life. I think you just kill them. But yes. That kind of makes me want to look up that game actually, but it's kind of like Operation if you were a hot anime person. Well, there you go. Did you not save people's lives? Or was that the reason that you're like, I had aspirations of being a surgeon and then I didn't? I feel like Corey will make the argument that it was actually their brother that was not suited for the life of a medical professional. Well, I guess you put them out of their misery. Oh god. No. Dr. Hitman. That is fair. I remember. I feel like we played it with like motion controls on the Wii. Also, Jugga just us talking yesterday about like online things that we can maybe play remotely together. If we could find like a thing of Trauma Center, that would honestly be really fun to play. A Wii U. Is Wii Tennis? Was that a game on its own? Or like part of Wii Sports? I will say that with the Wii Sports stuff, Mario Tennis, I think that the motion controls were like pretty fun slash like intuitive at that point, but I will admit that we were not above being lazy with like the Wii bowling and stuff like that, and you just like lay on the ground and be like nah. I liked Wii Sports. It was one of the games that kind of like, automatically came with the Wii when it came out, so that you could kind of get used to playing with the controls. But it was fun. Wii bowling was rough. Strike. Switch 2. I guess it has been a few years. I think we looked it up and it was 8 years since this main Switch, oh my god, came out. And I don't know. We had like waited a few years to like get it, so we didn't get it right when it came out. But like I don't want to spend money on another like Nintendo console. So we'll see. It's true. Nintendo really went downhill after they did the like Wii Store music, which is honestly still kind of like a meme in our friend group. That is fair. Hey Dylan. Yeah, and I also am sort of like in the thing of like I am not somebody who's exactly like chomping at the bit to get like a next gen like Mario Kart or like Super Smash or whatever. Like I don't care about that. So that so that does not really motivate me. Admittedly though, Nintendo systems are definitely more in like the range of what I want to spend on a console. Because we got the PS5 like when it came out, and that was like a whole thing, but oh my god, it was expensive. Goodbye, Big Smith. Yeah, I would honestly like recommend that like if you want like a good like held kind of console is like I feel like you would be better off getting a Steam Deck, even though it has a very unfortunate name. Yeah. Which can be good, but my very large frustration is like, because I think I was paying for like the Nintendo account where you had access to like the SNES, shit and clunky, yeah, that's too bad. Just like the range of like games you can get on it is like you can get the entire Steam library. So, like my thing that I have wanted to play on the Switch for so long and continue to be frustrated by it is like you can't just buy an emulation of Mario 64, and that's like a very nostalgic game for me, and I don't want to pay the extra expensive like Nintendo account thing so that I can play like N64 games. Like there are multiple N64 games that I would play, but like why can't I just buy them? You know. Also, hey Bat. Handheld that looks like a Game Boy. I could, but not on the Switch. Was it? That is actually extremely sad if I had the opportunity to do that and I missed it. I don't know. I feel like it's just like my white whale at this point, and it's the principle of it, you know, of being like, why can I not just give you money and get this game that I know you have like an emulation of? 64. They did, yes. And like I had a 3DS, but I think I lost it in the split. That I don't know. I just don't play like a ton of like computer games or even like console games because I just like to be able to like not be like married to one location. Like when I'm playing stuff, so like I do admittedly do more stuff on like my phone or like the Switch. They are not, no. N64 was the system that used like those blocky kind of like cartridges and was really Nintendo's first foray into like more geometric 3D stuff. And then the GameCube is the best. GameCube N64 was like the first console that we had that I like actually played when I was younger, because we also did technically have an NES. But like GameCube and Wii, I feel like were the two systems that were very like the thing that we had when I was cognizant enough to want to like play games and like buy games and stuff like that. Also, friggin' today is just like dunk on Nintendo Day, but you know what? They can handle it. Another thing that made me so friggin' like pissed off about like newer like generation stuff, because when we as like our family got the Wii like when it first came out, you could play GameCube discs in it. So it had like backwards compatibility, and the GameCube discs were like a kind of weird little size. But like the Wii could play them. And then later on when after I'd like moved out and wanted to like get the Wii again, the newer versions of the Wii had gotten rid of the thing, like the thing that you could put the GameCube discs into and like plug in the controllers and stuff, and I was like, heck off. Like, I get why companies do that shit, but that doesn't mean I approve or think it is cool. Yeah. Yeah, Nintendo's copyright people are pretty fucking ruthless, so. Because of we. Yeah. And also, like, from the point of view of, like, because always with that sort of thing, I know it is like, oh, well, can we make more money not offering this? But, like, if the GameCube could run, wait, if the Wii could run GameCube games, then, like, that means that there's still kind of a market for all of those games that were on GameCube, even if they're not, like, actively, like, selling the system as their current system. Because yes, GameCube had a lot of good games. I might be biased, but I remember it having a lot of games that were very integral to my development as a young gamer. It's a dolphin ship. Yeah, no. Like I said, Nintendo is like a fucking beast when it comes to like copyright and just like legal stuff. But I feel like, I don't know. Because I used to be very much like, growing up we were a Nintendo household, so part of it was because like the Xbox and PlayStation stuff was fucking expensive. But also just like, I feel like we were just like very like loyal to Nintendo products when I was younger. And considering how much Nintendo kind of brands itself in a way that's like, oh yeah, we're like the family console, where they're like blah blah blah. They really kind of are like pieces of shit when it comes to like some of their like more like business practice decisions and just like how they allow people to interact with their IPs that are so precious to them nostalgically. Yeah. But like, I want to make sure I'm threatening the right thing. I also find that just like, I don't know how much of this is just me being a increasingly cynical adult or how much of this is like actually like that their business stuff has kind of changed. But I just find like, as I said, I used to be pretty into like Super Smash Brothers and all that stuff, that it would be like, that would be something that would pique my interest to be like, if they announced a new console, like, yeah, well, if you want the new like generation of this game and like Mario Kart and blah blah blah. But there's just something that's like, I don't know, I guess almost like they feel like they have found like a formula, and like now they're just like, okay, just do everything within this formula now. And I find that extremely boring. Smash Bros, yeah. Yeah, well, I was like, I feel like I was pretty into it until, I think Brawl was the last one I played that I was really like actually interested in. And like the one for the Switch did not interest me. Yeah. I am somebody who does not need to be spoiled that much by choice. Also, though, it being like a much more like e-sporty kind of version of it is like, I don't know. It's cool if that is like a draw for somebody, but it didn't do it for me. Oh, like, I can even tell you like who I would be like, who I main in Smash anymore, because it's been like so long since I've played it, and there's just like so many characters that I can't be like, yeah, I have like played all these characters and this is like the one that I genuinely feel I like the best. Kirby. Why does that not surprise me? Or Ness. PK Fire. Snake. Like, that in itself is so funny to me, that, like, Solid Snake is a character you can play in Smash now. I realize that's not very new. Like, that's not even, like, this generation. I feel like he was in the last game as well. Samus, yeah. I feel like by default I'll just do like Sheik. Sheik and or Zelda. But again, there's just so many characters now that like I cannot genuinely be like, I have played all of them to see like compare their like stuff and like Titan's the press. Bayonetta is true. That's what I'm doing when I'm not doing streaming days. I am being Bayonetta. PK Butter. I mean, that's what I was kind of complaining about, that it looks like my hair is just like my dress. The robot guy? Which guy is the robot guy? Mega Man? Rob? Oh, yes, okay. Rob. I am extremely like old person about this because I'm like, I remember when the first Super Smash came out on the Nintendo 64. You had 8 characters and 4 secret characters and you were goddamn grateful for it. Listen, this was my era when I was extremely obsessed with Ocarina of Time Link and extremely desperate for any 3D Link cameos. So Super Smash was extremely exciting. Listen. Yeah, that does sound like playing this. Or my, not Jugga, my other brother. He would always play Kirby or Jigglypuff. And Jigglypuff has this one fucking move that is, I don't know if they still do in like the newer games, but definitely in like Melee and the original Smash Brothers, is just like, I guess because they're characters that are like, can be kind of like weak or like not super OP, except for like one move that if you pull it off is like unblockable and so fucking annoying. Yeah. But no, I was like a Link girly, and then I was Sheik. It's called Rest. Yeah, where she just like kind of falls down onto the stage and she's like sleeping, and if they hit you, you're just like wrung out, ringed out. It's like, good fucking bye. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Right to your fucking grave. Also, Kirby's like downward like slash one. Although I feel like part of the reason that apart from him being my dream boy, I like Link was somebody who I feel like had good like all-rounder kind of like different kinds of like attacks because of like his different item stuff, which makes sense. But also he was somebody who had a pretty good like recovery if you got ringed out with him. Roy and Falco. Falco Punch! Oh wait, that's Captain Falcon. Well... I will say that I have a soft spot for Captain Falcon and show me your moves. I feel like Ness, at least when I was like a kid, Ness was one who was like, you couldn't just like pick him up and play. You had to kind of like figure out how to use him, and even then, you might not be good at using his like moveset. Or it is possible I was just a child and not that good at gaming. Could die to an attack. Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember Ganondorf being... I mean, Ganondorf is basically like Captain Falcon in Melee, just kind of like a different skin. But... I preferred him over Captain Falcon, for obvious reasons, so... Captain Falcon. Hi. Hi. Can I help you? Said, hey, what's going on? Hey Rosie, who did you used to main in Smash Brothers? She's like, that game existed a long time before I did. Alright, enjoy your Friday meeting, Dennis. Thank you for hanging out. Like you? Yeah. As only I feel like as I've gotten older is like kind of why I have become less and less interested in playing the games, because I'm just like, everyone is so friggin' serious right now, and I'm like button mashing. Trying to think what's like one of the funnier characters that they've added in like the newest / newer games that I was just like, alrighty then. I want to say like yoga instructor character, but I feel like there's like goofier ones. Refit trainer, yeah. It's a little silly. Mr. Game & Watch. Steve from Minecraft. Yeah, just seeing them kind of like going outside of like Nintendo properties is kind of like, okay. And the ongoing joke of just like, I was gonna say, Game & Watch has been in there since like Melee, hasn't he? Like he's been in the game. Steve. Dude from Animal Crossing. Yeah, villager. However, we will allow for Isabel, because I think that that is a very funny character to include. Also, good crossover with Doom Guy. Doom Guy might be a weird one. It's also insane. I feel like they have to really be like, this is why we're including them. Look at their moves. Captain Falcon's like, wow, you have shown me your moves. Yeah, I feel like having Doom Guy is also kind of weird, and if Big Smith was here, I feel like he would defend Doom Guy. Yeah. Well, because they're not like... I'm assuming, has Final Fantasy VII been, like, ported to? Yeah. I mean, Joker's at least, like, Persona is one that they ported. So, it is technically... Yeah, Big Smith just likes Doom. Doom. I thought that Big Smith was back for a moment. That's how convincing you were. Just laughing because Big Smith just texted our group chat being like, I deleted my Twitch. So I don't think he meant to do that. Am I the man? As I said, I don't think he meant to, but I could be wrong. Hello, Rosie, how are you? You gonna put your butt in my face? Of course you are. That's rough, buddy. Yes, I imagine he would have to make a little bit more of an effort to get his bird booty hole up in your direct face. Oh, just the app, okay. The important thing is that you realized. I'm not saying that word. It is. I should put that on the banned word list. One word is forbidden in chat. You missed your chance. Not this time, but maybe next time. He'll be fast enough. Because I hate that word, that is why. I hate it both as a word and just conceptually. I'm not saying it's not, I'm just saying I don't like it. Uh-huh. Well, your friend is also not allowed in the chat, so. I have saved. Thank you, Nikki. Feeling like right now I have a lot of like blue kind of like up in this area. And then like this is very like red tones, and I don't know if that is the best way to do the things. I actually left my water bottle in the other room. I should probably go grab it. Oh my goodness. Stretching. Oh, big stretch. Is eating a banana cannibalism? I suppose it depends on how far into the process they get. Also, isn't that like one of the characters in 7? The like gluttony one or whatever? I feel like there is a difference between consuming parts of one's body that is not a forever thing. And I realize, I guess you could be like, well, technically. But like, so like, if you were inclined to eat your nails or like small portions of skin or scabs or hair, if you're freaky, I guess. I feel like if it reaches the point that you are actually like mutilating yourself, then it starts to get into the other category. That's the official word here, folks. Ooh. I can't even like imagine how surreal it would be to like have that experience with like a body part of just like, damn, this used to be attached to me and now it is not. Hi. Wait, let me go get my water. Hold on. Rosie, you're in charge. And I can't put on my be right back screen because it's all donked up because I move shit around, and I'll probably move stuff back over. Hold on. Water. Hello. Ride's over. I hope you had fun. Oh, I got rid of all your stuff. I'm sure you did. I got I'm laughing a little bit because I got water. Hi. Oh my goodness, hello, you're back. Rosie, you were supposed to be in charge. You did not maintain order. But yes, so now I have a little teeny bit of like cold coffee that I could probably just finish. And now I have a hot coffee. Because I got a little chilly willy. Also, I went and I put on some socks. Because I was cold. Burn was that face. Also, I feel like I should maybe switch over to more like commercial work stuff. Ooh. Rosie, you only had soda and coffee. That's not good. You should eat food. I have leftovers to eat. I think we're at minus... It's minus 11 here right now, apparently. Although I feel like it... Oh, minus 12. So, translate that into your dirty American temperature units. Rosie, what is that? Yeah, I imagine in like Illinois, it's probably pretty... You're like on a kind of similar like horizontal, right? That's what it's called on a map. Don't question it. Minus 6. Yeah, it is Chilly Willy. That is what I think. But yes, okay. Let us go. We're 22F. See, it's easy here because you know when the temperature hits 0, you're starting to be like, it is chilly. If it's above 0, it's like manageable, but once it gets below 0, you're like, time to go hibernate. Okay. Is that accurate, Big Smith? Is that how cold the moon is? It sounds like it could be correct. Also, I feel like I have a lot of windows open in Clip Studio and others that I feel like I am tempting fate a little bit, but it's probably fine. Like 22 is okay. So that would be below freezing, right? It's just a hoodie. That is true, yes. It's like the desert. Okay, so sorry, I'm just debating because I need to get these like environment thingies done. Rosie, you're so large. No regrets. -22 is -6, so it's below freezing. I realize you're young and spry, but I would say that -6 degrees is the more than hoodie weather. She is. That's Rosie. Large and or in George. She is, yes. Okay. So. Rosie's okay. She doesn't mind. She does not have... Did you at least have, like, some sort of pant on? Because that's something that I definitely do not understand about when people are like, I wore a hoodie out, but I had shorts on. It's like, that is crazy. But I suppose I'm also not a person who's ever like, my top is cold, but my bottom's hot. Okay, so... Alright, that was what I was doing with this. My big brain. Right, Rosie? As I said, perhaps I'm just not somebody who's ever like, one half of me is hot and one half of me is cold. It's too cold. But I'm also at the point of my life where, not like for daily outdoor adventuring, but like I have snow pants that I'll wear if like we're doing like proper outdoor activities. Hi, you are so big. Well, you can lay down. It's over here. You blame Catholics. You never, even when you were like a kid? I would say that that's a very like Canadian thing, but also y'all live north enough in the States. So hello, Rosie. Hello, Shabbat. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Crocs. Y'all and your Crocs. I'm sorry. That is one of those things where like I genuinely am like, y'all at 3? That's crazy. That like Crocs have such like an stigma attached to them for people my age, because like Crocs were very uncool when I was a teenager, and it was like a kind of like weird old person shoe to wear. So it is definitely funny to me to see that like the younger people are like Crocs. Hey Rishi. I don't know if you've been lurking, but hello. I feel like I haven't seen you in chat in a while. Yeah, you too, Wheeljack. I do like the little charms that they put in the little holes. I saw actually a very cute pair that was like what was it? The video was something like somebody not having like footwear that was like gonna be actually comfortable to wear to like a Ren fair type thing, and so they're like, oh well, how do I like, I have like my Crocs, how can I make them kind of like go with my outfit? And so they were like light green ones, and she went and put all these like toadstool and like moss and charms on them, and I was like, okay, that is maybe of interest to me. But yes, they are very ergonomic, and I think that's why they were kind of associated with being like an old uncool shoe. But yes, clearly there's an age division here. I think the worst thing that was like around, because when I was a teenager, I don't know if they kind of have had like a resurgence or like how popular they are, but like Uggs were really super fucking popular with like teenagers when I was younger. I never had any because I thought they were fucking hideous, but I can imagine that they are comfy. And I remember one time seeing, a Croc Ugg, and I was like, good God, that is, I thought I'd seen the worst thing, but now I have truly seen the worst thing. I'm sure they were very comfy. Yes, Rosie. Another thing that I have noticed, I don't want to say noticed because it's like a pretty big fashion item, that I find very interesting, has been reclaimed by younger people, is she's looking into the center of the universe. She is seeing through dimensions. Is younger people getting into like bucket hats and stuff, which again is like, it's fine. I don't have a problem with people wearing them. It is just interesting because that was something that like, what did I do? Well, that's just because you're so hip and with it. But when we were younger, at least for like our age group, it was something very like childish. Like you would wear it when you were like elementary school age, and if you wore it like past then, you were like considered not cool. So it is not my style, but I think it is interesting that it's like cool kids are like wearing their bucket hats. Interesting. I don't know if I've seen you wearing a bucket hat, Shawad. So I can not confirm or deny at this moment. As yours is reversible. Sorry, I know it's true. I could also see bucket hats being like a style that are not too hard to make yourself, just because of like the— oh, Shabbat is sending me a picture. It is time for me to judge if you look hot or not in bucket hat. If Shabbat says it's okay, but for now, let me cast judgment. I don't know, Shabbat. I feel like this angle isn't giving me the full experience of what it looks like. I don't think. Before me, I have one beautiful woman, and I have possibly one photo. I mean, I think that it being like a brimmed hat, I think it looks cute. Also, that pattern is a very like you pattern. It's like bus seat fabric, but make it fashion. I feel like the only hats that I have like any actual like confidence in wearing is like a toque. And I have like quite a few that have like sayings and stuff on them, but I also have a really cute beret that has like a cat skull on it that I'm never sure if it looks cute or if I'm wearing it weird. Okay, I'm gonna take a most recent one. Okay, let me know which one is the shareable one since you just sent me a few. I do have that hat. I could show you the hat that Fire gave me. It is not a toque or a bucket hat. And it is cute, but it is slightly too big for my teeny tiny head. Also, I don't know. It might be too big to go all on the camera, so let's see. I feel like it'll fit with my headphones on, but hold on. It's too big. Hold on. I like this hat in theory, but it's like very big. I like the pattern's cute. I don't know, maybe it's okay. As I said, I feel like it would just get blown off really easy if I was like wearing it outside. So, but yes, that is the hat that Fire passed along to me. Yes, it is rather a sombrero. Oh no. Yes, in theory, I like a cute patterned hat, but as I said, I have a weirdly small head, so if it's not adjustable, or like a one-size-fits-all kind of hat, then I'm kind of shut out of luck. And to Dragon Molly's not even here. On the other, I feel like I have a very small head, and then my boyfriend has like quite a large head, so we cannot really share hats. Okay, Shavad, let's see what you have sent. Oh, I see. Jesus, Shavad, you sent me a lot. Those are just bonuses. Okay. Are the last ones that you just took now? That's okay. At least it didn't send me anything too scandalous. Okay. So you said it's 2 patterns, so it's like a solid black on the one side and then, uh-oh, here comes Rosie. Rosie's like, what is this? Why is there a hat here? Okay, I'm sorry, hold on. Oh, Rosie, it's okay. She's like, it's too scary. I don't want to see that. There, look, it's over here now. Don't have to be scared. Alright, I'm gonna show both of the photos that she sent us now, because they're kind of like 2 different, like, energy. Oh. Get on top of the panels. What? Jesus, fine. Fern, what? Yes. Yes, as I said, the pattern is very bust fabric by Mega Fashion. I think you look pretty cool. Is it like sitting like on top of your head at the very top, or do you have some like it's gonna say some breathing room for your like blowhole, I guess. I'll say I think you look cool in it, although I kind of wish that the pattern on it had some like glow in the dark bits. I think that would look cool. All y'all big smart juicy brains with your big old skulls. It looks like I have 1 photo in my hand and you have not been eliminated. Although, to be fair, I feel like you look good in a lot of just like accessories and stuff like that, so get to carry home the rose. Okay, well now we're doing a different reality TV show. Also, is America / Canada's Next Top Model still like airing? I assume Canada's is not, but is the American one still a thing? Put in Word doc. For the cover, I assume you mean. You can. I feel like you are not required to. Oh, I think if this is the part that you are talking about, I meant more like that I would do kind of like a sketch of the character, just so we have like, even though you're not going to be seeing all of him like on the cover necessarily, you can just sort of have a like, this is what he looks like. So it was more a thing that I was offering to like include, and then you could have an extra character design if you would like that. So like if you have like any specific like clothing things that you know stylistically you would want him to have, then you can include that, but you do not have to. So because I have some stuff, I'm trying to think what kind of reference I had for the prince, because I feel like we had kind of like stopped, what? American Next Top Model stopped airing in 2018? I feel like I've seen more recent stuff that made me be like, dang, y'all still doing this, damn. Also, I don't know if I've mentioned here before, but a fun little Gen lore is back in the day, oh my god, I don't even know like what year it would have been, but like early 2010s. I actually went to like the mall call for, I think it was the first season of next top model, and I got a call back. I didn't go on, but like just the fact that they're like, maybe we want you for this show. Honestly, I was like, I don't think I was 20 yet, so I was like pretty baby. And also I feel like they liked my look, because I was very long and noodly. But I think I didn't have enough like chaotic energy at that time. So, but as I said, it was cool at least like that they were like initially interested in me. Though I'm not all that sad that I did not actually get selected for it. I actually kind of had some very like did not really go anywhere like modeling stuff that I did when I was younger. Like I technically was like signed to an agency, and they tried to like I went to New York to like go audition, I don't know if that's the right word, for like some agencies there, because they thought I would be good for editorial. But again, I was like, I feel like I had the look, but I was just very awkward and shy. So now I could go in and be a fucking senior citizen model at this point. Oh fuck. Thanks. I'd go more for like the maiden mother crone kind of angle of Granny. I also, oh, actually I was in grade 12 when I initially got like scouted by the agency in Toronto, because like I was at the mall, and I remember that in my English class, we were kind of writing like prose, like journal sorts of things for a project, and I still have the like journal stuff that I've written. And I remember that was one of those projects that I got like a really, really good teacher comment on that I still am like, because basically I was telling about this stuff with like getting scouted and like sort of some of that experience in around other stuff. And at the end, my teacher, I got like an A, if not an A plus on it. But the teacher was like, oh god, what does the note say? He's like, never mind like a model, you should be a writer. Like your voice and your prose is so like engaging and all that. And this was back when I used to like do more creative writing and stuff like that. So that's just one of those compliments that I feel like kind of sticks with you. I guess it could have been taken in the way of being like, oh yeah, maybe don't put all your apples in the modeling basket, you ugly little bitch. I think it was more the thing of like just getting complimented for my writing style was like, technically I have a driver's license, but I don't use it. I mean, I don't really have a vehicle right now, but I only actually got my license in like my late 20s. I was really shite when me and my boyfriend went skating the other weekend. So that was quite crap. I am not very good at physical activities. I feel like I am better at them than I was when I was younger, but yeah, that was just something that I like didn't really develop, and I felt very like shy / self-conscious about when I was younger. So like I didn't really play any sports or like do scared of bikes. I'm not like scared of bikes. Like in more recent years, I've kind of been trying to get more comfortable with like roller skating, but also I definitely find that it is like rather harrowing sometimes. um, but yeah, as I said, sports stuff, especially sports where you kind of like don't have as much like movement control, is scary to me. So like yes, roller skates and biking. I will say that my one any sort of like sportif thing that when I was in grade 9, we played one day of field hockey, and I was actually kind of good at it, and I don't know why. And then we never did it again, and I was like, some of my like friends and stuff were like, "Oh, you should like try out for like the like field hockey team," and I was like, "Oh, I don't think that's a good idea." Oh my god. I think I have told the story of going skiing back in middle school, and it was supposed to be a 2-day, like 2 separate days, excursion that we paid for. And I still think that the attendant on the hill was kind of a butthead, but I was having a lot of trouble even on like the smallest hill that I was like, is there like a smaller one? And that I just like, I couldn't figure out how to stop and stuff like that. And I basically got like reprimanded by somebody working there because they're like, cause I don't know why they would have thought this, that I was just like fooling around or something like that, because I'm pretty sure that was not the energy I was coming down the hill with. But they are basically like, if you're not gonna like, you know, if you're not gonna take this seriously, you need to like get off the hill. And I was like, I'm trying, I don't know how to do this, I don't understand. I am not a exercising, moving sort of person. So needless to say, I didn't go back for the second day. I've tried snowboarding, and I think that that is also very scary. Yeah, well, because like they kind of gave us like a thing of being like, this is kind of how you do this, you know, for like the skiing stuff. But again, for somebody who is not incredibly like athletically inclined, anyways, like them explaining it and then being like, okay, now go do that, was kind of like not a thing. I also really don't like doing stuff that is like you have to like follow an instructor along with a group of people. So like I do not do very well in like classes like dance classes or like exercise classes like that, because I just get really self-conscious, and then I have a hard time like following along with the instructions if it is not like paced for me to follow. It's not quite done. I just wanted to work on a So yes, I would definitely say that there's quite a few things I'm not good at under a rather specific category of things, but you know, it still counts. Things where I have to move and or leave my apartment. Nah. I'm also really bad at time management. I'm not very good at admin stuff. Honestly, there's just so much I'm not good at if you want to hear about all that. Godspeed, Shabbat. I have leftovers tonight, so I don't have to do that shit. You know what? Just the gesture of trying to get me that ramen was very, very kind, Nico. Nice. Oh yeah, when we were at Shabbat's on this weekend past, we made a sweet potato kind of soup. It was good. It was a little bit spicy, but it was good. I can make like grilled cheese to have with my thing, because I made like chili last night, although it did have biscuits in it. Shavada has been here, Big Smith. We've been judging her photos wearing a bucket hat and everything. Rice and beans is tasty. Not cool, but cool. Oh. You at least have Big Smith saying you're cool with a COO. When am I not though? That is kind of what a human head looks like. Speaking of cool, Justice is going to a concert tonight that is very cool for old people at least. Also, hello Nickel. I'm gonna call you Nickel just because that makes it easier for me in chat while I'm glancing and reading. Or I guess I could call you Doodle if you but yeah, no. My Nick. Justice is a... Oh my god. he's at he's either at a Blink-182 concert or Sum 41, and he has definitely told me, and I am just dumb. Apparently. Oh yeah, also I was meaning to, I'm on like Streamlabs right now for Sum 41. Thank you. That clears it up. Sum 41, okay. You're not allowed. Unless you include the eye emojis. I mean, he has talked about it otherwise, but yes, that is probably right. Because I think he said it started at 6 o'clock, so I don't know. He hasn't texted me being like, oh my god, I am here. So, yes, as I said, for us oldie folkies, I know it's a pretty exciting concert. Damn. I feel like I'm doing Lainey very dirty in this sketch. Enough of that, okay. At 8? Oh. Are they at least feeding you? Because I feel like I have been invited to later things like that and not been fed, and I was like, how fucking dare you? Well, is it your birthday, Nickel, or it's not a food thing? Then I'm not even proxy interested. Just things of being like, well, you're a grown-up, you can eat beforehand. It's like, but no, if somebody's inviting me out in the evening, and I mean, for me, 8 o'clock is like early for dinner, so. Imagine being born in January. My god. Oh, Shwaz's not here for me to be a dick. Not all of us can be born in September. Even though apparently a lot of people are, because they were conceived on New Year's, so we don't have to think about that. Real ones, yeah. Is anyone else here a January/winter baby? I mean, Justice is a February baby, and our friend Kat is a February baby, right? No, I feel like a lot of my friends are like fall babies, myself included. They are not. Although, Shavad shares a birthday with Sweeney Boo, so I get notifications as like, both of your friends are having a birthday. I didn't mention a poll, so Lucho was not interested in contributing. How is my mouth? So I'm just looking at my emails to see if I kind of have the information for these backgrounds in an easy to read email. Okay. So, I think I showed you guys the sketch that I've done for this background that's like a main character's bedroom, but I'll show you that again real quick. So this I definitely took longer on than I probably should have, but I think it looks pretty cool. But I also think that this is like the most like detail important of the 3 environments I need to do, because I also need to do school, oh my god, school hallway, like support room, support center room, so like kind of like in a church or something, and then like a hallway just in her house. So as I said, I feel like I got less sort of like direction for those than the main character's bedroom. I then put some of my mint creamer stuff. It's just tasty. Would you guys like some cookie ASMR before I get into this? I feel like school hallway is pretty easy. Oh, why did I get gummy bucket? So as I said, I feel like these can be kind of like looser drawings than the other one, because I need to get the sketches done. Oh, okay. I admittedly probably should have eaten something before stream. I did, but it was like breakfast, so I'm just eating cookie and coffee, and that surely will not have dire consequences. feel like I should be smart this time and actually start with like a ruler thingy. Oh, Big Smith, are you in the chat right now? I know that we talked about me kind of showing you how I use the Clip Studio perspective guides. If not, then you miss out. So, this is my picturing alas. So it's okay. So for this one, I'm thinking I'm gonna do kind of like a 1 point perspective. 2 point perspective. 1 point perspective. Because so these backgrounds are for like a visual novel type game. So you kind of want to be like going into each environment like you're like physically there standing in it. So like with the bedroom one, the idea was that like the door was kind of like you were like at the top of the stairs at like the doorway looking in on like a bit of a diagonal, so there's more like overlapping stuff. For this I feel like, like I said, I'm sitting here being like, what does a school look like? Maybe we can have like some doors. And then through the doors, we could have some stairs, because that is a thing that a school has. The only thing that I am not too sure of that might affect the designs for these ones is like, because the game is supposed to be set like, not super futuristic, but like a little bit in the future. And I'm not sure if that is going to affect like what this school looks like, if that makes sense. But I figure I can at least get the general stuff down, and then I can always like add in or change details to make it fit that style more. So. Excuse me. Excuse me, my goodness. So I guess, so to explain a little bit, I don't know how exciting this will be for those who are not Big Smith. Oh, Big Smith, you're here! Are you ready for me to tell you about perspective guides? He's too shocked. All he can do is be a squid. I just mentioned that Big Squid. Tell me what. I was just saying that you had asked previously about how like the perspective guides / rulers work in Clip Studio. So I'm gonna actually work with them now. I've been just kind of freehanding in here because it's just like straight on. But yes, this is a this is just gonna be a 1-point perspective because it's like a hallway and we're gonna be like looking down it. And I find that 1-point perspectives can be sometimes kind of deceptive in simplicity because I find 2-point perspective is the easiest and most dynamic to use. But like 1-point perspective is definitely okay. let's go back a little bit more bare bones. So 1-point perspective is when you have one perspective point in an image. So a good way to sort of visualize it. Oh no, it's okay. So if you have 1 point is basically like the idea is that you're looking at the wall, let's say, and it's flat. So, you know, so your perspective is going to be coming out like this. Yeah, let's say you have your horizon line here, and all of the like perspective lines, okay, well, are going back to a single point. And then when you, okay, stop that so I don't fuck it up. And then when you get into 2 points, it would be more like you are looking into a corner of a room. So now, instead of just having one there, you're coming across and having like, and unfortunately this one is hard to do mathematically, like on actual paper, because usually the points have to be very, very far away from each other. Otherwise it gets really like foreshortened and kind of like weird looking, which can be okay, but normally that's not what you're looking for. So like, so this one is going to be going, okay, I realized my like actual lines for this, but like, so if you were going like, it's me freehanding, it's beautiful. So all of the stuff that is like angled along this wall will be going back to this point and then going in the other direction to that point. So like if I was to say here is there's a box in this room. So for the sides that are like flat against this wall, let's say, I'm going back to that perspective point, but then the other points, like, so if coming from this angle, you would be going back towards the point. Okay, sorry, I realized I drew over. I'm good at this. You have the other faces that are going to be going back towards the second point. And then you're kind of like filling in things depending on which like way a plane is facing, I guess. And technically there is also the angle of like your like horizontal and vertical, because like obviously these lines aren't going towards the vanishing points. But then if you want to get even fancier, you can do a 3-point perspective, which is where you have 3 points. And basically instead of, this would be like bird's eye view or like worm's eye view kind of thing. So now you're gonna have like, I'm not gonna go specifically to the lines, but so like, because your third vanishing point is up at the top, that means that you're low down looking up. So now this thing, this shelf that's along a wall, is now also going to be going towards that other point. Yeah. Yes. Well, as I said, it's kind of like a worm's eye versus like bug eye view kind of thing. So you can play around with how like dramatic and like how close together the points are, because like, again, if you have them spread out a lot further, then you can do just kind of like a slight extra angle that you just don't want to be like looking at it like more or less straight on. But yeah, honestly, I find, as I said, I think that 2-point perspective is kind of my like preferred amount of vanishing points, I guess, because it's like it adds some more like visual interest over like a 1-point, like a single vanishing point. But I find that in a lot of cases, a 3-point perspective like environment is like the extra sort of like geometry of it is not always like necessary to make like an interesting like shot or like panel. So yeah. And a lot of that is sort of like me just like you guys watching. Sorry that my diagram is not very good. But so with this, I was gonna move Clip Studio over so you can see my thing on the side here. Excuse me, first I'm going to be disgusting. Okay, so let's go like this for now, which is kind of awkward because I know my face is there. Do you need to see the bottom? Maybe. I guess I could also put it on the other side, but okay. I'll just put you all the way over here for now so you can see this. This is just my other canvas that I had open so I could still see it, but do not worry about that. You can see behind the wall. It's just black. It's the void, which honestly you probably could have guessed, but yes. So, so what I'm gonna do is we have these different rulers, and I'm gonna go to perspective ruler. And I think that this is just like the default thing. So it's like you have a few different options for like you're adding a vanishing point. Change perspective type. I can do that on my own. Thank you very much. So because this is a 1-point perspective, I'm going to initially do. I'm basically creating guides for our 3. I feel like angle isn't the right word to say, but like I was saying, like we have the vertical and horizontal, so we still want to tell it that like put a ruler for those. So what I'm going to do is like I'm holding shift and just like click to make that line, and now that is a ruler. So if I go like this while it's enabled, I can only draw, well, okay, I could also draw that way, but like you can't just like draw any way because now it's locked to that ruler. So then I'm going to come back here and I'm going to say to go like, okay. It's okay. This is one of those things where it's like I use them a lot in my work and stuff like that, and it's more, oh, what are you doing? It's more the thing of being like, how do I explain this slash doesn't make sense? So for this one, I'm not holding shift because I'm just like, because it's on an angle, so I want to be able to like move it around. But if I hold shift, then it like clicks to only like a few angles. I guess that is kind of. So now you can see that I'm drawing. It is locked to going towards such and such a vanishing point. And it can get like a little bit fiddly in this sort of like horizon line thing, because then it's like, are we doing just like the flat line, or are we doing like to this? But also, it should also, yeah. So now we got it going to that vanishing point, and we can also still do the. So yes, I don't know how much sense that made, but yes. The sort of basic thing is that you're being like, that I kind of did this a little bit, but I didn't draw as much of it in, is sort of like, I find it is helpful to set the like top and bottom guides for the angled like rulers to be like, where do I want like the top of the wall to be and the bottom of a wall to be, and then use that ruler to sort of like math in everything else. So like for example, so now that I have this, so if I wanted this hallway to just go like straight to that door, I could do something like that. And I think I'm gonna have it so it opens up a little bit more. So instead I'm gonna go like this and get rid of you. That seems quite wide actually. Hold on. And there are going to be instances where it might not make sense, like not everything might make sense to go along like a ruler kind of guideline, but I feel like this is like a good sort of way to start visualizing that sort of thing as being like, so as I said, it's like here, so we are kind of like across the hall from here, but also I wanted to go like this. So we also have the top of the wall over there. So it's like the doorway is kind of like recessed a little bit in there. Also, y'all are free to ooh and ah whenever you're ready. Thank you, Nico. I'm mostly joking. Big Smith, do you feel like you might be able to do it on your clip studio? I am obviously like willing to. It's okay. I'm willing to explain it again when you actually have the program in front of you, Big Smith. But for the general idea. Yes, I do definitely feel like when I was like, because I used to work mostly in Photoshop, and while Photoshop does have some things that Clip Studio doesn't, I would say that the perspective ruler, Photoshop might have a, anyways, it didn't have a ruler that I found intuitive slash like easy to pick up versus like, this one is kind of like, you were a young boy. Whereas this one, I feel like the Clip Studio one is a bit easier to just kind of like figure out. as you go. But this was like honestly something that made a pretty large difference when I was kind of like starting to do comics, and you know, I did not have a ton of practice slash like skill in doing backgrounds, or like especially like environments that were like 3D kind of thing with like depth and stuff. So put my little thing away. You don't need to see that anymore. I do not know what character it is, but I am happy for you. Yeah, I don't know, because I definitely feel like it was something when I was like kind of learning perspective and stuff like that, that I would get kind of tripped up on the thing of like, you know, as I said, if you're freehanding perspective and you like 1 point perspective isn't too bad because obviously you can just like, you could kind of put it wherever you want on your page. But if you want to try and get better at like 2 point perspective, I would say that that is fairly challenging to learn on actual like pen and paper kind of thing, because you have to, like your vanishing points are like so far off the page if you want it to look like any sort of normal. So I feel like I don't need the rulers like all the time, and I'm like definitely more confident about just sort of like playing around with perspective and how like realistic I want it to look. But it was definitely a tool that helped me just get more comfortable with being like, what does this stuff kind of look like? So, yes. Also, as I said, I honestly I just find like doing environments are very like chill, which is funny considering how much I used to like not want to do them. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Very loud drinking. Hello, Corey. The Big Smith. Backgrounds are fun. Also something that I, Did you have a nap, Corey? Do you feel a little less eepy? So this shit is fun because like then you get to start being like, well, what if this has a little recess? You need to do coding. That's fun. Well, if it was relaxing, then it is not a waste. I realize that you're like eating from the cafeteria, but that's like the most like cliche American like food options you could have. Not judging, I'm just laughing a little bit. Burger? I was gonna say, I feel like you get pizza fairly often. So if you want to switch it up. Pizza for lunch. Pizza for lunch. What does that mean? No decimos eso. No. Told you, Fire, you gotta treat it as like a schedule thing. Because your body's gonna be like, I don't know, I'm not really hungry. And then you're like, that's too damn bad. You don't say that? Oh, I see. No decimos eso. I feel like Big Smith is just like, someone needs to be yelled at. I'll do it. I volunteer. También no comimos eso. Well, if you want it, Nico, then it's gonna cost you. Only for good reason. There you go. Santo? What is that? As like a word or as like something specific? Sana e ceviche. I know what ceviche is. I think I mentioned that sango. Sango's not blood, is it? Because that's kind of in French. Blood is sang. But yeah, no, okay, hold on. As I said, I do know what ceviche is, because not too long ago I was in a room of several different types of Hispanic individuals, and when they're talking about ceviche, I had to put my hand up and kind of be like, alright, because my friend was talking about like her vacation she just come back from in French Indonesia, and she kept talking about how the ceviche was so good, and I was like, what is this? What are you talking about? What is this thing that is apparently so good? So then I had to have it explained, and apparently people were like, how do you not know what that is? And I'm like, I don't know. Because I'm white and also vegetarian. What do you want from me? So like I've never tried it, but I also like hadn't really heard of it either. I feel like everybody is like my ceviche is the best. From listening to people talk about it, honestly, it's one of those things that I'm just kind of like, as I said, because I don't eat fish or anything like that, I can try it. But just sort of being curious in the way of like how different like regional things, like what sort of things are like different between different like countries and like cultures making it, considering that it sounds like a lot of different like use ketchup. Yes, you're talking about that. Ketchup as an ingredient, not as a topping, because that was a important distinction, I think. I also really enjoy overdrawing bricks because I'm like, yes, look at those bricks. Yes, hold on. Ceviche. So why do you look weird? What's your problem? Ceviche and Sango. Well, and like the way that my friends were like surprised that I hadn't heard of it, it made it sound like I had been like, I don't know what an omelet is type thing. That I was like, damn, okay. With rice, plantain chips. Hey, I season my food, you know that. You know that I actually have like a selection of spices at my residence and I use them. Also that I have a decent spice tolerance, so. I am just saying that I haven't heard of every food ever. No! Oh, she seasons her food. But how much? I don't know, that still sounded a little bit rude. I had the somewhat recent experience of, I had garlic mayo served to me, and I know that this is gonna sound extremely white person voice, but like bear with me. That like I like garlic mayo, and just the person who made it was a little heavy-handed with the garlic, and that was the day I learned that garlic could be spicy. So I was just like, oh my god, like I've never eaten garlic in such a way that I feel like I had to tap out. Like I would compare it to like wasabi, kind of like spicy, or like horseradish. So that was interesting. Yeah. Well, and like, cause I like garlic, like I am very much a garlic enjoyer / like I'll put it in like stuff that doesn't specifically savory dishes that don't specifically call for it and stuff, but yeah, no, as I said, I learned something new on that day and suffered a little bit, but it's all good. Ginger. Yeah, well, actually I would say it was more like wasabi, is what I would compare it to, and I do like wasabi actually, but usually in more intentional amounts when I like have sushi and stuff. A fucking salad. Yay, I'm glad to hear that, like, y'all don't think I'm crazy for being, like, garlic spicy. Because as I said, I do genuinely like spicy food. I just also know kind of, like, my limit, and I don't like to make myself suffer unduly to eat, like, a spicy thing. Yeah, I assume he meant salad. Salad.
That is the French Canadian way that we talk about our leafy meals. Notre leafy element on salad.
That's cute. Do you like an salad? Big Smith is like, then perish. Oh, nice. You're more fluent than you thought. They didn't want you learning their secret language ways. Oh, do I like that better? I'm honestly still riding the high of the fact that I was able to pronounce any like Spanish words right. So it is Essie to pronounce the rest. Yes, I feel like this is also just kind of like a good visual of how I/you in drawing an environment can kind of like start with blocks and then like kind of cut into it or add like more blocky shapes to it to just sort of like create more structures and such. Because now we have kind of like, I'm gonna put like lockers there. Maybe could have kept this a little higher, but oh well, it's fine. I told you, I actually specifically really like drawing like brick details. But sometimes you have to kind of be like, I think I need to like walk it back a little bit because this brick is kind of overpowering the actually crucial things that we need to be looking at in this picture. So I can't tell if this actually looks like a water fountain because that's what it's supposed to be. Maybe I should get rid of the top part. So now I feel like it looks like a fireplace over here, and I can't really explain why/how to best fix it. I feel like just the slope of the angle is not right. Maybe that's better. I feel like it makes up for absolutely everything else. Bendy straws. That's cute. Sorry, I feel like I'm looking at this extremely intensely, but I'm actually looking at it a normal amount intensely. Ooh, buffalo veggie nuggets. I assume you mean the straw and not the dinosaur chicken nuggets. Although maybe both. Valid. Nico, what more could you ask for that you could realistically maybe get? Sorry. Oh. Does Piggy know that you would sell him for a dinosaur nugget? Mac and cheese. Also my mistake. I'm sure that Piggy would be much more okay with it being for mac and cheese. I feel like this drinking fountain is really short contextually now. Mac and cheese. Cheese is for when it's like cheese product, but cannot legally be described as being cheese. Excuse me. So I know, I'm sorry, I just drew this and I'm gonna draw it again. Well, then it's Shay. Macaroni and Shay. I suppose us Canadians and others could think about it in the context of like if I was sick and about to die and I could have one last meal, what would it be? It's not the same. True, there isn't the fun element of doing a crime. That would be quite a surprise for somebody. Loved one or otherwise. Well, Vikings don't get buried, Corey. They get burned. Usually with a fire arrow. I'd have to imagine you would notice. I like the idea of being made into like, I don't know like how actually like available this is, but basically being made into like a tree bulb that then gets planted and like it uses your remains as like fertilizer and stuff. Mystery box. I am an organ donor, but usually it is not 100% of your meat suit that goes to the aforementioned science. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm just laughing because I feel like there's a little bit of a running gag of being like of someone's funerary procedures being loaded into a trebuchet. Ooh, so fancy, Shavad. That would be pretty cool. I admittedly also just think that trebuchet is a very fun thing to say. Always wanted to be punted. Well, with your stature, it might not be too hard of a request. Oh my god. There is a... This is not a cannibalism story. But there is this story about a fella back in... I want to say early... This isn't a cannibalism story. It does involve a corpse, though. A guy back in early 1900s who was like a caver, so like exploring caves, spelunking kind of stuff, but also it's like it was kind of a tourist thing, so it behooved the locals to find. Well, so now I'm telling you about a thing, so joke's on you. And basically this is just like this gentleman who like, well, he got stuck. Also, I'll look up his name because this is like a pretty well-known terrible caving story. This isn't really context, but for me, I am somebody who's just like, I have no desire to go into a cave. Like, I don't need to be underground. I would never go like underwater spelunking is like absolutely no fucking way. So the idea of voluntarily going caving is ludicrous to me. But so this guy got trapped in a cave that he thought was going to be a good like tourist draw, and he survived for the better part of a month. And his story is honestly very sad because like a lot of people knew that he was there and were like, who can help him? Who can free him? And as I said, he survived for the better part of a month. with like so many people coming in and being like, well, what if we do this? What if we do this? And spoiler alert, like none of the things worked. And so even though the guy was alive and having rescue attempts done like every single day and failing, you know, he did eventually succumb to exposure, I guess, of like, again, I don't like this stuff of like the squeeze is like the part of spelunking when you hit a section of cave where you basically have to wriggle through a hole and there's no other way through it, aka fuck my life, loser. But once this gentleman did eventually pass away, there was just like a lot of contention about what was going to happen with his remains because they were still stuck all the way down in the cave. And you know, he had also become somewhat of a national interest. Spelunking is like when you go into a cave exploration. So for a while his remains were left in the cave and they like made a coffin for, like they made like, they retrieved them and brought them like shallower up in the cave so that like he could be part of the tourist attraction of it, which is like fun. And again, like this whole time his family, who is still alive at this point and had to see how mishandled his rescue attempts had gone by a lot of different people, now didn't just get to take his body home and like inter him in a grave or anything like that. And just like people were fucking around with him while he was still alive in the cave, and after he died people continued to fuck around with him, that like they had to like literally like lock his like, it's like it was like a stone casket but like spelunking, I don't know. So because people kept like disturbing his corpse and trying to like grave rob him and stuff like that, and no, they did not. They fucked around with him. And the part of the story that comes back to the punching a corpse is that at one point his corpse was looted and removed from the cave by grave robbers, and I don't know exactly what the plan was after they took him out of the cave. Like, I don't know if it was a thing that they were gonna be like, oh, we're gonna like put him in a sideshow, or like, you know, use his like infamy as like it's this guy who died very tragically in a cave. But the people who had taken his corpse out of the cave was like, oh, it's okay, friends, like Jesus. They were absconding with him, and I guess authorities or just like somebody else kind of like were like crossing paths with them, and so they're like, okay, we gotta dump this guy. And they basically threw him off a cliff into a lake, and it's just like, this poor fucking guy. I realize he was obviously dead, but just like the amount of disrespect by just like everybody, and like the thought of like somebody like this poor skeleton ragdolling through the air into the lake. As I said, let me look up what the guy's actual name is, because this is a story that goes on for quite some time, and I had to look it up to be like, does he get rescued out of the cave at some point? Because it's like the amount of time that people just like were screwing around and not actually being helpful goes on for a very long time. And then I think eventually, I think his corpse was recovered and like buried, but like the amount of like trouble his family had to go through to just get his remains after everything else that happened, it was like just absolutely insane. Oh my god, what was it called? It's like Sandy Cave or something. Okay, it was called Sand Cave, so that was more or less, yes. there was enough of him to like have to like steal a body still, but he wasn't like fresh dead. He would have been dead for a little bit at that point. I think he also like mummified a little bit. Look up John Jones in the Nutty Putty Cave. No, oh, that guy. Didn't he also kind of like sorry, so the guy's name is Floyd Collins, and he was trapped in Sand Cave, which is now Mammoth Cave National Park. This is the guy still in Nutty Putty Cave. Also, what a place to die. Is the irradiated man? Never got him out. Damn. Wasn't that the John Jones one a lot more recent? 2009, okay, not as recent. And yes, Floyd Collins was back in 1925. No, Floyd Collins. I'm trying to think who I watched a video on it, because honestly, it is quite an interesting story. It's just like the fact that this guy was so mishandled by absolutely everybody, and like that people, as much as he was like very deep down and he was like through multiple like squeezes and stuff like that, people were able to get most of the way to where he was trapped. But yeah. Oh gosh, I feel like it's like a YouTuber who just like talks about stuff and he wears like a backwards baseball cap. I don't like what his fucking name is. Yeah, I'm not about it. Well, and again, it's like the idea of being like trapped the way that he was, or that you would in these sorts of situations, is like terrifying enough, but sort of that thing of like, you know, how long would you want to like, how long could you hold out hope before you're just like, can somebody please just like fucking kill me? Like, because he was like pinned under like a pile of rocks. There was like water on him for the whole time, like not like a deep water, but like a puddle of water. And if you can imagine like being unable to move and like this damp for that long, is like, that's awful. That's just absolutely terrible. Oh, I did hear about that. I thought this was a much longer video. Apparently it's only 21 minutes, but this was the one that I watched. So if anyone is interested in watching a slightly more accurate explanation of what happened to Floyd, it is a very interesting story, and almost like slapstick in how inept everybody trying to resolve the situation was. And yes, you don't want to be moist. Well, exactly, because like you're gonna start to rot, like even though you're still alive. Like, yeah, no, as I said, obviously this is like a pretty like grim thing to think about, but at what point are you just kind of like, I think I'm good, I would not like to be alive doing this anymore. You did one on the dolphin thing. Oh, is that the dolphin, that like submarine, or the airlock thing that happened? The Mayor Dolphin incident or something? Because I also watched a video about that so much recently, and also very interesting, but also like, good God. should just do a segment where I have approximate knowledge of horrifying historical things. No, I wouldn't do that. I would not want to talk about something if I was not informed enough to do it respectfully. I mean, in the case of that airlock incident, for what it's worth, they did not even know that they were dead. So, like, it would have happened so fast. I feel more sorry for the people who survived and had to clean up the remains. Byford Dolphin, okay. Of course they did. Everyone knows that. Yeah. Well, and it's a little bit, I would say it's not unlike that Titanic vessel thing, where it was like, as awful as it is to think about the actual, like, anatomical process of what happened to, like, people under this, like, extreme amount of pressure, is just like, you would stop existing so like within like not even a second. They did. Honestly, Victorians were like just, they were so weirdly obsessed with mummies. They're like, yeah man. I think for the consumption of mummies, it was a bit more like they would powder them and like use them as like, oh, it's like a medical treatment or blah blah blah, as opposed to like eating like jerky. But I don't know, Europeans love to eat other people's dead, so maybe. Also, Christmas dinner, have more mummy. Only if you're very rich, especially now. You would not like some mummy ceviche? Have fun. I feel like the comment I was going to make is spoilery, or is it kind of inherently spoilery? Just the thing of, I know that people weren't crazy about it, which is too bad, because the conceit of Russell Crowe being like, doing an accent and being like an exorcist, I feel like is definitely entertaining, but pickles. I'm a pickle person. Pickles are good. Although I will say that I don't know if this is weird. I'm not really a big relish person. I'm not really sure why. Maybe because they're more like sweet pickles and I am not that into sweet pickles. That is fair. I hadn't considered that a possibility. I don't see profile pictures be. Oh yeah, Camus. He might be a little skeletal at this point. But I mean. Well. Albert Camus. Now you know that he was a handsome looking gentleman. You're like, I mean, to be fair, I feel like that's a hard one to follow if you're like, if someone's like, oh my god, is that you? You're like, no, it's Camus. Whom I have a hard time stacking up against. I feel like that would be a lot of people. Yes, well, by virtue of him being a man, I assume that reduces a decent level of interest for you, Corey.
Yes.
So, yes. I feel like I probably should, like, leave this kind of where it is and see what Teresa thinks of it. Yes, you had mentioned this Amazing Spider-Man was a bit of a bisexual movie for y'all. Yeah, I was gonna say, The Mummy, I feel like is the millennial bisexual awakening movie. Okay, so now I want to go. That one's a little bit older, but yes. I will say that it had an impression on me when I eventually did watch it. Yeah, I feel like they did Tom Cruise's character a little bit dirty in that movie, because, like, how could he compete against Tim Curry as a large, imposing devil man? And I'm not saying that because I'm biased. Too much. You've never seen The Mummy? You should watch The Mummy. It is good. I Am Legend, that's a different movie. Legend is like a fantasy movie from the 80s that I think is like a fun movie, but I feel like The Mummy is a bit more like just ambiently accessible. Legend is a bad movie. I Am Legend. Yeah, no, very different movie. There is no mercy killing of the main character's dog, so I mean the main character doesn't have a dog, but you know I'm just thinking about it, and like kind of a little bit Legend is kind of Nosferatu coded if you think about it. Men fine. Yeah, that was rough. Especially with it being a German Shepherd for me personally. Just the thing of like this innocent maiden going away from her more normie boyfriend into the arms of a large, imposing, monstrous man. And then being like, maybe this is good actually. Yes, does a dog die? I frequently look it up before I watch a movie. I believe that they were endgame in that movie. Although, to be fair, I am often biased against Tom Cruise. I am not a Tom Cruise girly outside of Minority Report and Interview with a Vampire. Oh, yeah, The Conjuring. The Conjuring has a few animals that die in it, because there's also like a dog and stuff. So, don't love that. With Ryan Gosling. Aww. I mean, he is playing a little doofy in that movie, I will say. I feel like he was honestly just like he was a very good sport in the movie, and not because like, I mean, he wasn't doing anything that crazy, but I think he very much committed to the bit. It's Big Short? I have not watched that movie. Trying to think what my like Ryan Gosling movie would have been. Because like age-wise it would have been The Notebook, but I have actually not sat down and watched The Notebook. It did not really interest me. He obviously is in Drive, which is a good movie that I am never going to watch again. So I'm trying to think like what he would have been in that was like actually the first movie I saw him in. Blade Runner. He is in that. I also did not watch that, and that one is definitely recent enough that it would not have been like my first one that I saw him in. Oh, was this the first one? He was in a movie called Blue Valentine, which is also a very good movie that I never want to watch again. It is very, very depressing. Mm-hmm. Yes, hello. I know, it is after 8 o'clock. I do know Singing in the Rain. Interesting. Okay. Can we play it? Like, you want to watch Singing in the Rain on stream? I do like that movie. Oh. Well, it's also a movie, Corey, so if you didn't know that, now you know. It's a movie. It has Gene Kelly in it, and he fallen for the girl who's only supposed to be the voiceover singer for his lady who has an awful talking slash singing voice and now has to be vocal because movies now have sound. Like Rocky Horror. That's what I thought. And no offense, Corey, but I was gonna be like a little bit surprised if you were like that you of the old movies to pull out of your pocket of being like, let's watch this. I said it's a fun movie. Sure. We can, I guess, close out the stream with that. And Corey's gonna be like, yeah. I lied, it is not public domain, you're gonna get copyright claimed. Although, as far as I can tell, I didn't get like a strike or like a warning for playing that like entire Prozac song the other day, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it's quite old enough yet. Although usually the statute of limitations is like 70, 75 years, I think. So, God, maybe. I swear I'm Big Smith. I don't know, that might not be worth much. Interesting, okay. I guess because the song like existed before the myth. This is such a weird vibe both for me and for what I've been drawing, but I am willing to indulge you. So hold on. I'm not gonna do song and dance though, so you shall have to be entertained just by the song itself. Making weird sounds in the background. Your double headphone. Like you're a DJ. United States. Okay, okay.
Jürgen, a loud bossy Corey.
Just debating how much more of this to like add shading to, but yes. You got very excited. I can tell. For what it's worth, I appreciate you getting so excited for some quite retro tunes. And it shall be very confusing for like anybody tuning in to like just the very end of my stream. But I'm gonna have to specifically make sure it's just the song and not Singing in the Rain remix. Only murder people in 8th. Well, that might be slightly more exciting. Ah, there's like a video for it. Hold on. Oh, I see. I haven't watched Babylon, but apparently they do like a callback. Like there's an episode or something talking about the like 1929 production of it. Why are you singing in the rain? Chaplin's cute. Singing in the Rain lo-fi, 3 hours. Alright, I don't think this is going to be the entire song, but my interest is now peaked, so hold on a second. Oh, okay. It's the whole thing, apparently. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on. It is in Spotify. Well, this one has like a video with it that's from 1929, so it might be interesting. I might have thought. Also, it's literally so big. I mean, I don't have to. I guess I can just put it on Spotify instead, but now I'm curious. Well, we're gonna see it now, and hopefully I won't get in trouble. Oh, umbrella's so tiny. Well, they certainly were in the rain, and they were singing. They certainly are in a line. Can I pick a whole line? I'm kind of curious if this was like, oh, there you go. This footage and song is now public domain. Now I'm curious about Babylon. Oh, and oh, right, that one. Is it the one that has Margot Robbie in it? And people apparently didn't like? I was definitely curious about that. They should win the best song of the year every year. Oh my god. That's very funny. Oh my god. Oh, I don't know if I can. Monday, only if it's in the public domain. I'm not hating on Margot. I love Margot Robbie. Hold on, hold on. Encore? Okay, now I'm like extra curious because I guess Babylon is like about the production of Singing in the Rain. That's so. Also, I was gonna say I'm not sure if I assume the film would have been like recolored afterwards because it would have been black and white, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if I watched a trailer for it, but I'm just kind of like, it is a aesthetic and setting and stuff that is of interest to me. All right, I want to. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. You go away for now. Oh my gosh. No, that's like a more recent movie. As I said, because it has Margot Robbie and Brad Pitt, I think, is in it, and somebody else. But maybe I'll look up that. Anyways, this is Fern right now. Friend's like, I know, I'm being adorable, and somehow you're not paying attention to me. This is me. I'm just like, you got the song. How many times do you need it? This is me just all day, every day. On repeat always. Well, and that one was only like a minute and 15 seconds, so I don't. The other version might be like a longer one. I just learning interesting things about you all the time, Corey. Penis? Yes. They're like Simpson style lips. I look like the teacher from Little Nightmares too. St-Onge. I just would not have expected you to be so fond of a song from that long ago. But I don't know, perhaps you're very into like vintage like show tunes and stuff, so perhaps I should not be surprised. Alright, but yes, it is after 8 and I am a little bit hungry. That's always her expression. She's just like, why are you not paying attention to me? Rosie, to her credit, is curled up very cutely and politely in the bed. I mean, chair. That's like a bed. Also, admittedly, that song is not going to be stuck in my head, so thanks for that. Yeah. And here, you know what, Corey? Here, I'll play you out, okay? Aw, no, that's cat slash dog bed. That's one of the. She has like the dog bed over here, and then on the other side she has her pink donut. Hold on. All right. On that note, please enjoy this drawing of me kissing Fern and the hallway drawing, and hopefully you guys enjoyed watching me putz around trying to finish stuff. And on that note,